stinky rat.
Hello. Hello. Oh my god, welcome in Chaos, welcome in Mom, welcome in Crimson, welcome in Tia. Yeah, I still have the title on there. Chaos is oozed. How was everyone's day? Mimi at Waffle House? You're fighting at Waffle House? You're fighting Tia at Waffle House? Bottom. Oh god, I only got 700 points. I appointed champion. I'm Tia's champion. Can I say no? Day's good. I'm making fish. Ooh, fish, yum. Yeah, let me just exit this really quick. Let me switch really quick. Here we go. We have some Sekiro here. Oh shit, wait. Where's my death counter? Death counter. There we go. Oh. No, I'm not ready. Tia, can she say no? Dark can't even make it to the Waffle House without breaking his bones. Hey, yo! Chaos has dinosaur bones. They're like crumbling as he's getting there. You don't underestimate the power of the Floridian. Okay. Today we are gonna play some Sekiro. We're gonna fight this guy, this fire guy. I forgot his name, but yes, I can't wait. Hatred demon, yes, hatred demon, yes. At death number 547, yes. All right. I'm looking already, guys. Okay, should I just go in for it? I remember last time I did really good progress by just like arguing him. Argo. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Ow! Okay, I died there. That's okay. Carousel? Okay. Oh. Oh, okay. 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 That's okay. This is just a warm-up. Okay. That was really bad. Okay! You know, that's okay! Don't crap your hands on me! I just ride in a gator. You're gonna ride a gator? Yeah, I have the red gourd. Yes, sir. Okay, 5, 4, 8. You think you could get it done under 600? I match your 1.8k with 1.792. Okay. Okay. Thanks for the redeem. Thank you. Okay, where is he? Oh, okay. Can I restart? I was not ready. I want to reset. Can I stop reset? No. Okay. I have to fight him. Okay. Oh shit. Okay. That's okay. Okay. That's okay. That's okay. Oh god, okay. Okay, I did. Okay. 9. 549. Shen needs an okay counter. It's okay. Okay. This is the one. So how was everyone's day? Nobody answered me except for Crimson. How was everyone's day? Okay. Oh fuck. Oh shit! Die! Oh god. Okay.
You are good.
Oh my god. Oh, Blip is working now? Are you gay? Sorry, I had an ad. I didn't hear. Well, you know, 1 month for $5.99 a month, you can get free ads. Right? I don't even know how much it is now. I feel like every month the price of subscription goes up. You mean ad free? Yeah, ad free. Ad free. I mean, you can also give me $5 and still get ads for free. Same thing, you know. Okay, 550. I'm gonna go Argo this round. Oh shit. Oh my god. He ate me? Oh, the hell? What the hell? Okay. Ow! Okay. Oh shit, okay. I'm stuck. No, let me go! Okay, no, that's okay. No. Welcome in, June! How are you? Oof, okay. We're playing to lose the freeze. I was like... Oh. Okay. Hold on. I tried to jump! I love me some free ads. Man, them free ads got me hyped. Shen about to make a whole billboard for me. Oh my god. Oh, Jin, you wanna go with me to the coffee shop tomorrow? Oh my god, you're asking him on a date? In front of everyone? On my stream? 551. I got like $20 on me. 20 cents? Oh, $20? You just got back? I'm not gonna make you drive far. Got a problem with that? Oh, yeah. Actually, send me some pictures. I would love to see. 2 boys on a date? I gotta send some emails and make some calls, but if it doesn't progress, I should be free. Oh, you heard that, Mom? Oh. Oh my god, okay. Do I jump when he does this fire thingy? Oh shit. Okay, I wasn't ready for that. Okay, okay. Ah, okay. You know what? That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Run, Shen, run! Okay. Oh fuck! Oh shit! Oh god, I'm dead. It's okay. 552. Man, he does the little fireballs. The fireballs. Oh, thank you for the follow, Cthulhu Seeker. Oh, Cthulhu. Welcome, welcome. How are you? How is your day? I'm fully moved back in with my parents. I gotta send on the job search. Oh, good luck, June. Good luck, good luck. Wait, he shoot multiple fireballs? Yes, yes. This bot makes me want to cry. Oh, tell me about it. I think I've been fighting this guy for like... How many times? This is like my 7th time. I'm fairly new. I just got here. He's giving me hell. Okay, I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna go in Argo. Oh fuck. Ah, jump. Oh no. I just jump when he does that. Oof, okay. Oh. Oh god. My timing is a little bit off. So it's just a warm up. It's just a warm up. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, I could parry that. I didn't know that. Wait. I could block that. I didn't know. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. I jumped. Okay. So yes, run. Like that? Okay. Good times. The purple staff guy, when he did his... Oh. That guy! I hated that guy. Well, I missed it, but I'm assuming the small one, then you just have to not be in the area. Should grapple when after he jumps and he does the fire wave. So you don't have to run back to it. Okay. Got it. My timing is a little bit off though. I'm not kidding. I'm like delayed a little bit. Oh my god. Oh my god. What, am I still burning? Oh my god! I hate that. Okay. Come here. Oh my god, okay. What if I just run twice now? Okay, I couldn't see him. Okay, thank you for the head pass, thank you, thank you. Okay. Okay, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm not 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 dead. Okay. I had like 1 health. Okay. Son of a bitch. Okay. Son of a bitch. Oh yeah, I have loyalty on. I forgot. I turned it on like a long time ago. God damn. 554. Also, you guys like my message? Dark Chaos, Poggers! You all won 795 points! You have 1,590 points! You're my little Pog champs! I love that. I made him fall off the cliff. You did that? You did that cheese strats? Oh, and then let her let him down. Yeah, I wanted to do the cheese strat, but everybody's like, "Don't do it, shit. Don't do it. You're not a true gamer." Oh my god. Okay. 554. You're all my little Pog champs. You mean the points? Yes, the points. We already had to bitch at her for a year to play this game in the first place. Yeah. It took a year of them just bullying me. Oh, okay. Oh, this is tough. Don't chase me! Please don't chase me! Okay, Argo, Argo. Ah! Ah! I fell. German bussy I gave her earlier. Is a bussy an allowed term? Is it? I don't know actually. Okay, lucky number 555. Worst that would happen is Autobot will catch it and I will prove it. How are the AI's brothel? What? What brothel? Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, that was bad. That was really bad. Okay, you know what? I gotta back up. Oh god. Nuts! Okay, buddy. Okay. I got burned. Oh. Oh my god. Okay. You know, that's okay. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die here. I'm gonna die here. Oh god. Okay. Okay. No! It's tough. Y'all didn't know they made AI brothel silicone covering with AI generated talking function? What? And the first one was approved in Germany? What? Actually? That's crazy. That is crazy. That is crazy. You know what I saw on TikTok that was like low-key disturbing? It was like this guy and his family. Like he has a wife and kids, but then his wife and kids are like mannequins, you know? And like he takes them everywhere, and like he dressed them up. It's like super like disturbing and like uncanny. Not me kidding. I went like straight to the rabbit hole in that. Oh, what the hell? Okay. Oh my god. Okay! Don't hit me! Don't hit me! No! Block that! No! Okay. You know, it's not me, it's my controller! You know, it's my controller, guys. I see how Nogla and Terrorizer react. Sounds like something Shen would do. What? No? You know, getting lost and coding into mannequin arms at the age of 6? Okay. That was a mistake, okay? When I was a kid, the first thing I knew was to hold on to someone's hand, okay? So I held on to a mannequin's hand. It turns out it wasn't a person, it was a mannequin, okay? And my mom found me holding in mannequin's hand. Yeah, it's a true story, guys. True story. That's how my development of mannequins came to life. Oh, my development of the fear of mannequins. Oh shit. Oh my god, it's freaking rock! Okay, you know what? Okay. 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 This good? Stop. They don't love you like I love you. Okay. 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 First death blow. Good. I forgot what happens on the second floor. Where are you backing up? Oh fuck. Oh god, okay. That's such a long range. Oh my god, I forgot about this. Okay. Oh my god, okay. Jesus Christ. One of my friends is playing Five Nights at Freddy's right now. Five Nights at Freddy's, boys. Is that a natural game? Is it on VR chat? Or is it a Steam game? I would love to play that. At the age of 66. At the age of 6. Oh, he's gambling all? Yeah, won at 960 points. Okay. 158. VR chat? Oh. You should use Divine Confetti against the Demon of Hatred for bonus damage? Should I use it? Or should I... Aren't I saving it for another boss? The Divine Confetti? Oh shit. Okay. Okay. Oh shit. Okay. I stopped there. That's okay. You got a little greedy. That's fine. Oh. Okay. Oh my god! I hate this! I hate this! damage, but it's not needed? Oh. It was either this guy or the 4 hitless enemy. Okay, okay. This boss doesn't change my throughout phases. Or the 2 Kamehameha guys, okay. Just 1 or 2 moves added. Okay, okay. Is that blood? Are you dripping blood, Crimson? You get hit by that attack, he would usually do it again when you're too close. Ah, okay. If I get hit by that attack, he's gonna do it again. That is 560? No, it's 559. I just changed it. Spirit. It's a bloody emotes. Okay, Shen lock in. Okay, I ate that. Oh! Okay. Okay. Okay, son of a bitch. That's okay. Okay, it's good. It's good. Okay. He's down. Okay, back up. Okay, it's okay. No more panic. Choshen. Oh, okay. Okay. Shen, I need to sing you a song? Okay. Is it though? It's okay. All good. 560. Calm and steady wins the game. Hey, I'm super locked in now. It was just a warm-up, guys. You guys know the rules. First hour is a warm-up hour. Okay, that was bad. That was really bad. That's really bad too. Okay, yes. Okay, I will walk right into that. No. Oh god. I'm dropping frames. Oh my god. It's okay, he's all good. After jumping over a sweep attack, a jump kick counter. Okay. I got this, guys! I got this! Okay, death number 561! Oh my god, the goats! Oh my shit, OB2. Welcome in, Momo! Welcome, welcome! How are you? How is your day? Welcome to the chat. Right now I'm playing some Sekiro. God, I love this game. I love this game so much. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god, I'm dead. How the heck? Okay. Okay, calm and steady. Calm and steady, Shen. I'm very zen right now. Okay, 562. Should I just do my Orgle, my aggressive attack that I did last time? I feel like I did really well. Okay. Okay, I'm dead. I'm dead instantly. Okay. Oh my god, I hate that. Uh-huh. Okay, nice, nice. Okay. Hey, you. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, I'm dead. What's happening? I was doing so good earlier. Send you the good stuff? What did you send me? Let's see. Gotta open this Discord. Discord. Da, 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 da. Seven Tage Watch? A song? Am I gonna get copyright for this? Wolf Wolf? This is such rave music. Wolf Wolf listens to such like rave music. Okay, I'll pause that. Seven Tage Watch? 7 days awake. Oh! Oh. I see, I see. You died? Are you making fun of me, huh? Oh, I wait for 7 days? Ah! Okay, I'm jumping way too late. Oh god, please. Okay. Okay. Okay, buddy. Okay, okay. He's down. Okay, I'm dead, I'm dead. Oh my god. Okay, 564. Thank you for the head pass, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Get some water this time. Maybe that's it. I don't have a monster today. So my brain isn't working. Wait, does fireworks? Firecracker work on him? Does anybody know? Oh shit. Okay. Okay, this is good, this is good. Okay, not good. Not good at all! Oh my god. Oh god, okay. Oh my god, I keep getting hit by that. Timing is a little bit off there. Oh, that's okay. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. No, but the finger whistle does if you have the map content. Oh, the content upgrade. Okay. No. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, last one. Oh my god. Only the first one. Only the first one. Shit, I know how to defeat him. Walk up to him. Okay. And pull saw his hair tone knuckles. Okay, okay. Oh! Ah! Tough, tough. Okay. 5, 6, 5. 5, 6, 5. God damn. Five, 6, 5. Okay. Okay. This is the one, kind of. Hopefully I get to the second phase. Okay. Okay, what the hell? Okay. Oh my god, I jumped! I jumped! Okay! Jesus Christ! Jesus Christ! Oh my god. Welcome in, MP-chan. Welcome, welcome. How do you say that in English, please? ¿Cómo se dice what you just wrote in English? I can't read that! I don't know how to read that! Oh, okay. I'm having such a hard time trying to hit this guy's uterus. Oh god, I'm dead. Oh my god, did you just throw some Russian at me? Leave me alone, leave me alone. Leave me alone! Okay. Jump, jump! Okay. Okay, okay. Okay! God. Oh my god, you know what? This is a Japanese character you can read. Uh, I don't know how to read that. Only seen it 567 times. Have I? Have I? I don't know. You just saw it then? Have I? Is that? I don't wanna guess it wrong. pretty please? My brain is like scrambled right now. Don't worry, I already expect you to guess it wrong, so you might as well. I might as well. I want to say kawaii, but I don't think it is. It feels like too many characters. Is it just me? Yeah? No? I have no idea. What is it? There? 567. Oh, it's 567? Wait. It's 567? No? Wait, no? What? Wait, what? You're making me confused! I'll remind you at 568. That's gonna be like 7 minutes. Okay. Focus this time. Aim for the... Okay. Okay. Come here. Come here. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's okay. This is good. Oh god, I hate that. Okay. Bro's going straight for the sack. I have to. That's the weak spot, right? Oh god. Oh my god, okay. Oh my god, please don't die. Please don't die. Oh my god! Oh my god! I hate this. Can I just cheese it out, guys? I want to cheese it so bad. So bad. On my screen? On my screen? On my screen? Death? Oh god. No, Lamau. Get good, noob. Show us why you're the goat. God. I can't. Lose my mind here. Okay. Okay. I'm ready. Okay. Oh fuck. Fudge. Oh god. Oh, so he's down. Okay. Oh. Ah. Ah, son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Okay. It's good, it's good. It's good, it's good. Okay. Oh fuck. Oh, what the hell? Oof. Oh my god! This is tough. This is tough. This is tough. You clipped it? Thank you. What did I clip? Okay. Shen, you only died 20 times? Has it only been 20 times? It feels like I've been fighting this guy for like 5 hours. Okay, thank you for the head pass! Thank you, thank you! Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay. I'm ready, mentally. Oh. Okay, nah, that was bad. Okay, Shen. Okay. 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 Get down, get down. The timing on that is so off. I straight jumped! What the heck? How early did I jump? Okay. Okay. Welcome in, Toshi! Welcome, welcome! Yeah, his name is different. Thank you for the head pass. Thank you, thank you. Run away from him, otherwise you get hit by the flames. Okay. Oh, okay. He's gonna do that. Okay, I got hit by that. Okay, I died from that. That's so whack. How far is that range? How far is that range? Oh god. 570. Womp 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 womp. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so when he jumps, should I just run away? Then? Cause every time he jump, I jump with him. I try to like jump so I don't get hit. I'm gonna run around and forget. Oh. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. You jump when he's gonna land, but you need to be farther. Farther? Okay. Need to be farther. Okay, gotcha, gotcha. Gotcha, 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 gotcha. Wait. I don't love you, I don't love you. Oh shit. Oh shit, oh shit! Oh. What? I died to his stupid headbutts. Thank you for the light, thank you, thank you. Okay. What the hell? Oh my god. Welcome Nick Crunchy. Welcome, welcome. How are you? How is your day? 30 more to go. Yippee. Oh god. This is tough. This is tough. Why does he have 3? Why does he have 3? Why? I just gotta not get hit. Okay. Oh shoot. Okay. Oh. 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 Okay. Oh my god. Okay, okay. 572. Sounded like you say itayo. 572. Thank you for the blame! Thank you, thank you. Okay. 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 my god! Okay. Okay! 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 Oh god, okay. Oh! That's okay, that's okay, that's okay, that's okay, that's okay. You're doing good, you sound like you have enough of this. I do. It's tough. Have you fought the last boss? I have not. I have not yet. Okay, 573. 573. So hard, I can barely get to the second phase. Okay. Oh god. Okay. Oh my god. I hate that. I hate that the most. Out of everything. Oh god. Okay. Are you gonna do it again? Oh god. Okay. Oh my god, am I dead? No, god. Okay. Oh my god. We're training for the last boss. Oh god. It's not that hard. You're just greedy for damage, so you attack instead. First stream Sekiro. I love this current Sekiro stream. I hate this thing. Am I playing too aggressively? I don't know. Should I start playing defensively? Five seven four. Oh, okay. Okay. I feel like if I play too defensively, I can't get close to him. Oh. 575. There was a bet, missed that? Yeah, there was a bet. Oh my god, okay. Oh, wrong one, wrong one. Wrong one. Jesus Christ! He's always jumping! Okay. Okay, what the hell? Okay. Oh fuck. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. Maybe his attack is slow enough so that you should be able to react. Whether it's dodge, parry, or block, you're doing it correctly by trying to stay as close as possible. But you need to recognize his movement, which is dodge and parry, block accordingly. Okay. Ah! Oh god. I got scared there. Oh my god, okay. Oh my god. No! I was literally one health. Oh my god. And to recognize that you would take 34 hours. Oh god. But his moveset don't change. Second phase 2, new attack comes in. Third phase, another moveset comes in. It's quite easy if you beat the first phase. The fire wave on the floor, you can jump to the side to dodge it better. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. Okay, jump to the side. Don't have bosses still. Thank you for the head pass. Okay. Okay, I'll try. Jump to the side. Run. Jump to the side, run, parry. Okay. Okay, I'm locked in. Focus! Oh shit. Oops. Oh! Oh fuck. Oh shit! I got too greedy there! I got too greedy! I got too greedy! It's okay. Okay, what the hell? Attack immediately? Okay. Okay. For the final phase, he will wall do 5 strikes in a row. Don't try to trick me, huh? Oh shit. Am I supposed to jump on that? Oh my god. Okay, I'm burning. I'm dead. I can't help it. Oh shit! No! Oh god. Okay, I should have jumped. Please. Fucking wall! Fucking wall! Oh my god! Fucking wall. Fuck. That was the best I've done. That was the best one yet. The best one. 577. To think we have to deal with all of this because Shen ignored this sickly old man. What do you mean? What do you mean I ignored him? Okay. Got my gamer posture. Ready? Okay. I'm ready. I'm so ready now. Oh shit. Oh! 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 Ah! Okay, I was a little trapped there. Okay. 578. Shen, want to spoil it that you aren't able to unlock? Yeah, sure. Tell it to me. By giving posture, she meant she leaned forward about an inch closer to the monitor. Actually, I lean back. I'm like slouching on my chair now. With my legs up. Okay, okay. Oh. Okay. Bad. Oh shit, wrong one. Huh? Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh my god. Uh-huh. Oh. Okay. The demon is the sculptor. The sculptor? He's a sculptor? Oh no! Actually? Wait, so if I didn't ignore him, I didn't have to fight this guy?
I don't have anything to give you, but I just thought that you should know.
Oh shit.
That you deserve
Should have grappled. Thank you for the blurb! Thank you! Oh shit. Oh shit! That's okay. It's okay. Okay. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Okay. You know, we're getting there. We're getting there. But you can also get dialogue if you have Sake with him and other NPC mention him. Oh. Shen ignored the old man and Shen is now killing him. Hey. I saw two of you guys fight him too. So that means you guys also ignored him. Am I wrong? Thank you for the head pass. Thank you. Thank you for the hydrates. I'm running out of water. Okay. Wait, did I change the death counter already? I don't even remember. I did, right? Drink your spit. Hot. No, he turns it away. You just didn't spend time to learn about him. We did? Ah, okay. 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 Why you gotta run so far? Oh, should I die? Okay. Oh. Oh, okay. 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 Stop trying to get away from me! Come on. Oh! Okay, I didn't know he does that. Oh! Ow! Oh my god! Oh! No! Oh my god. Oh my god, I have a Zygarde? Cordy Pokemon in doggo form? There's a Zelda rupee shape on his butt that glows. My Pokemon has a glowing booty hole. Like what? I've been playing Pokemon so long. I know I keep mentioning that I really want to play Pokemon, yada yada. I just don't got the time. I don't got the time to spend 3 whole days just grinding Pokemon. You wanna see it? Yeah, sure. Put it in my Discord. The fuck are you standing there for? Hit him? I am trying to hit him. I am trying to hit him. You know, I'm trying to read his moves, you know? Okay. I meant when he was going for phase 2. Oh, it's because like whenever I tried to hit him and he was like on the ground, he doesn't take damage. That's why. He doesn't take damage until he stands up. So is there anything I could like eat to give me like boost damage? like balloon. Or sugar? Boost attack power for a time. I have 20. I don't really need posture, right? No. Okay. What's eel liver? Okay. Wait, how long did this last though? Oh. Okay. Oh my god. I need heal. Okay. Very short. Yeah, only lasted for like 5 seconds. How long can I eat it again? See, it doesn't take damage! Okay, I need to jump when he does that. I keep forgetting. Armageddon. Oh god. Very short. It'll be gone before you notice. Hey, 5 seconds pretty long, okay? One stroke is all you need. Hey yo. 581. Okay. Dousing. Trudy burns. Okay, we're gonna switch this as the sugar. Alcohol sugar. Okay. Armageddon. Coming for you! I'm coming for you! Oh god, I got hit. Oh god! Oh shit! Oh shit! Stop! Oh fuck! I messed up. Oh shit! I messed up. Fuck! Ooh. Oh my god! Okay. 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 Ooh. Oh, okay. I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah! Did you pay out the prediction? Wait, who won? Who got the points? Shouldn't I raise another character in Minecraft? Oh, a villager? Remember why she rejected me? Oh, womp womp, womp womp. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. So welcome in, hallowed. I have no water. I have no more water. You know what, guys? It's a great spot to take a break. I'm gonna go grab some water. I will BRB. BRB, burp. Also, behave yourself, okay, everyone?
Appear here again. Bailiff, whack, pee-pee.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Okay, I am back! And I have refilled my water bottle. What is what is this? Is this my cover? Ah! No. We're not gonna watch that. Did I put a number? Did I add a number to my death counter already, guys? 830. Oh wait, 583. There you go. Okay, put in Soul, the Pokemon, the picture of the Pokemon. Let me take a look. Oh my god, he has a glowing booty hole. Oh my god! He does have a glowing hole, what the hell? That's crazy! Crazy. Okay. Okay, we go back. Okay, going back to my game. Alright. Try number 583. 583. We doing this. Okay, let me eat this. He does a little dance. I smack him. Immediately jump, okay? Okay, I'm cracked. Look at that. Oh my god, look at that. Okay. I'm cooking here. No, I died when he died. No, that's so messed up. That is so messed up. What the hell? That's so messed up. Can I just? That is so messed up. I got too greedy. Oh my god. No way. Okay. Okay. Oh, I can't even see anything. Oh, that's bad. I was doing so well. NT, Shen, NT. Oh, 584. The new command to promote my cover. My cringe cover. God damn. Okay. Okay, same strat. This time I'm gonna use it before I go there. Okay. Roar! Oh shit! I jumped too late. Okay. It's okay, it's fine. Okay, that's not fine. Okay. I hate this game. Did you see the throwaway vote? No, I didn't. Oh, new prediction? Oh, hold on. What does it say? Okay, okay. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh. Hit him in the sack. Oof. 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 Okay. Shen has to get it by 600, right? No? Why you guys don't say no? I have no supporters? Sag. God damn. My community is full of haters. Hi, Kayla. Welcome in. Welcome in, Kayla. How are you? How is your day? Yeah, 585. That number 585. Okay. Oh, shout out to Kayla? Is that oh Dubaduk? Oh Dubaduk clip. No, I said no, it's 4K on the line. God damn. Yeah, Kayla's a clip. A super old clip. Good, good. Just finished Squid Game season 3. Really? How is it? I didn't finish it though. I think I'm like halfway through. Like after the girl gave birth, and then they did that jump rope. That's where I stopped, and then I haven't finished it after that. Okay, okay. Same strat. This. Yeah, I hate it. The jump rope was like, oh, I was so angry at it. I feel like some people are just so dumb in the jump rope scene. What are you doing? God damn. Okay. Like, is it not gonna lie? Yeah, honestly, I could totally win the jump rope one. But, like, imagine doing it with a baby in your arms. Okay. Nice. Nice, nice. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Okay, I'm dead. Am I actually dead? Okay, okay. You gotta finish it, Shen? Should I? I feel like I got spoiled really bad though. But I don't know if it's true. Like somebody told me that at the end he killed himself in order to save the baby. But I don't know. I don't know if it's true though. Like I haven't finished it yet. Watch it. Hold the baby over your head like the soldier holds a rifle above him in water. But then like you're jumping though, it's jump roping. And you have to move forward at the same time. fuck. Oh fuck. Oh shit. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Kick the baby. Okay, this is a bad start right here. Bad start, really bad start. Really bad start. Really bad start. Really bad start. That was a really bad start. Fight 87. I was so mad when the old lady killed her, you know? Yeah, me too! Oh god. I hated that. You know, all my favorite people just died. God. No, I hate it when the baby daddy killed the transgender. I hated that part. Like she was so nice too, you know. She was like protecting the old lady and the girl because she was giving birth, and then the fucking baby daddy killed him. Fucking killed him. You know that that got me so angry. Oh my god, I hated that part. Jesus, he had the audacity to like beg her that he wants to be in the baby's life and stuff. I hated that. Okay. 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 Oh shit. Okay, nice. Oof. Oof. Ooh, okay. It's on me. No, too close. Fuck. Okay. Oh shit. I didn't get hit. I thought I got hit there. Okay. Oh, I'm stuck. Corner. Corner. Fuck. Oh, please. Ooh, so close. Oh god. Shen, I would suffer through it. Get with you, I would. The team would tries. Hurry up and win me that 4K. I got you. Oh, Campbell, 10%. Oh, look at my message. Haha, you lost 206 points, loser. Now you have 1,857 points. That's a funny message, right? Oh yeah, you need to have at least 69 points. Yeah. Mom, you have less than 69 points? What happened? Okay. Same strat. This. We go. Okay. Okay, nice. Oof. Try to block that. It's a fail block. Okay. Okay. Nice, nice. Okay. Oh, there's a fucking wall next to me. Oh, oh. Okay. I just lost all the heals I got from the... And I just died. Okay, that's okay. I hate this corner. I feel like this corner right here, I always get hurt. Okay. We're gonna do this. While he tries to get up. Stop trying to run away from me! Fuck! Okay. Okay. Okay, stop, stop! Okay, okay. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh shit! I'm dead! I'm dead! I'm dead! Oh god. How many times did the tower boy try? Did the tower boy guy take her? The tower boy. Oh, tower bow? Tower bow? Bow guy? Oh, the bow guy! Genichiro? Actually, I don't even know. The tower bow guy. Genichiro? I don't know. I think it took me like 6 hours. 5 hours just to beat him. God. Honestly, I got lucky. I got so lucky in that fight. Jeez. It's taking me so long. How long have you been on this boss for? I think like 3 hours. It took I was fighting him for like an hour last time I played this, and then 2 hours this stream. So so fun. So fun. I love it. Oh, okay. Okay, I died immediately. I died immediately. Okay. Okay. Okay, okay. I just gotta parry that attack. You know, it's okay. It's okay. 590. This is why you're the goat. I love how you never give up. Thank you, thank you. Not gonna lie, I low-key wanna go back to playing Scrutinize. Such a simple game compared to this. Okay. Some of the... Okay. Oh my god, he literally chased me with his foot. No, let me go, 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 let me go. Did you enjoy it? Yeah, I think it's really fun. Okay, that's too close. I gotta parry more. Okay, I'm getting my ass beat here so bad. It's the walls! It's the walls! Because I'm stuck on the walls! Oh, fuck this tree! Oof. It's okay, that's okay. Okay. Okay, okay. Oh god. So I was waiting for the camp jump scare the whole stream, but it didn't happen. It's okay. NC, Kayla, NC. I just got too much luck. I got the jump scare where when you get off the PC and he's right behind you. That's what happened to me like at the end of last stream. And that actually like scared the heck out of me because I didn't think he was gonna be like right behind me, you know? Do what to the tree? Nothing? Okay, okay. Oh no! No, 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 I didn't mean to do that! Fuck. I accidentally drank a gourd. No, water. Okay. Fuck. Oh! That's so annoying! That's so annoying! That's so annoying. Okay. Oof. Oh my god! Okay. Okay, okay, okay. 592. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. Mm. Mm. 192. Okay. I reached my limit or no? That's good. It's a limit for a reason, you know? Okay. Aqua sugar. Killing gourd. Okay. I'm gonna lose it right here. I'm gonna run up. I feel you need a peaceful game soon. Soon. Okay, nice. Oh fuck. Oh my god. I hate that. Why did he start doing that now? Like hitting me is that friggin' fire claw. He didn't do that last time. Oof. Okay. Shen lock in. Okay. No! Oh my god. Thank you for the head pass. Thank you. God damn. I love this game. $593. Ooh, seven more tries. Isn't that exciting, guys? Okay, I bet you after 600, I would definitely get it. What the hell? Okay. Okay. Oh fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. I blocked the trade. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. 594. 609 trust. Insider trading, call me Popo. Have you heard of the game Pig? Yes, yes! Oh my god, I do want to play Pig. I see everyone play it though. Everybody's playing it. I know Chaos played it with Tia last time. Oh fuck. I hate this corner. I hate this corner so bad. I hate this corner so bad. Oh my god. Okay. Are you kidding me? He's jumping again? What? Why? I clicked the button! Where is he? Where is he? Oh god. Close, close. Mm-mm-mm. 595. 595. Okay, okay. Okay. Shen lock in, Shen lock in. Fuck. Okay. 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 Thank you for the follow, Silent Cake. Thank you, thank you. Welcome in. How are you? How's your day? Okay, okay. Okay. Okay, okay. You know what? That's fine. It's good. It's good. Okay. Okay. Jump! Oh my god! Okay, Jesus. Jesus Christ. Okay. No! That hit me! Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Hi, the night goes well. That's good. That's good to hear. As you can see, I'm also doing very well. Oh my god. Jeez. Okay. 596. 596 death. Oh god. 4 more, Shen? 4 more? Okay, okay. Okay, okay. My god! Okay. Nice. Okay. No, no, don't go over there. I hate over there. I always lose over there. Please. Oof. Oof. I need to get out. I need to get out. Come over here. Come over here. Ah! Oh my god. Oh, I hate this area too. Oh shit. Okay. Bad, bad, bad. Okay. Come on. Come on. Oh! Okay. Oof. 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 Okay. No, please. Please, okay. No. Okay. I need back up. Oh my god, that swing is so wide. Oh my god. Oh god. 597. 597. Oh my god. I can see, lol. I remember bashing my head against the wall. What is demon hatred? Took me a couple of days? Really? It took you a couple of days? Oh my god. This is like my third hour of fighting him. Technically. God. Oh, you beat Sekiro? Oh god. God, it took me so long just to like beat each boss. I don't even want to fight the last boss. I started with Elden Ring and worked backwards, so the first 2 Dark Souls were difficult for me because they were all jank. Oh, because of all the jank. Oh, that's what I heard. Some people say Sekiro is the worst. All games have their moments though, haha. I beat Elden Ring and Dark Souls 3 and played a bit of Sekiro, but then rage quit at the tower guy. I felt Sekiro was more forgiving since you don't have to manage stamina. Yeah, Sekiro is it's a rhythm game, guys. Sekiro is a rhythm game. Okay, okay. Oh, where's my... Isn't this the hardest boss? The third hardest? Is the third hardest? Wait, then who's the second hardest? Who's the second hardest? And have I fought them yet? Oh, okay. Oh, I died! Headless ape? Really? Wait, the ape is the second hardest? What? Wait, I should like fighting the ape though. I feel like the ape was a pain in the ass, but like once you get to like understand what he does, it's just so easy. Oh fuck. Oh my god! Are you kidding me? $5.98. Who's the hardest then? Ishin? Ishin the sword. Wait, I haven't fought him though. Isn't he? Am I gonna fight him last? The last boss? Is he the last boss? No! No, please. Please. I'm kinda scared. Okay. 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 Oh. Okay. It's good, this is good. Oh. Okay, okay. Okay, this is good. This is good, this is good. Oh, okay, not good, not good, not good. Not good, not good, not good! Okay. Oh. die, please don't die! Please don't die! Okay. Oh, okay. No! Ah! Jesus Christ. Okay. Stay away from that area. Center! Center is the best area, right? I hate the walls. I keep forgetting there's a fucking like cliff there. That's oh my god. Jesus Christ. Jesus. I know Kayla saw me fighting Ishin. Really? She caught me running off an edge. You ran! Oh, you ran off a cliff. Elden Ring and DS. Oh, Dark Souls 3. I'm chill with, but not this. Why not, Kayla? Try it. It's so fun. You should definitely play Sekiro. It's such a great game. You'll love it. Honestly, I think the ape is my favorite flight. Okay. Oh. Ow! Oh! Yeah, you should try it again! Kayla, if I could do it, you can do it. Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm getting hammered. Oh my god. Okay. Guys, guess what? That number is 600. That number is 600. Ape is my favorite because she would be the first to run at the gorilla before the 100 men. Think about the head pass. Thank you. Nah, I don't have your patience level. I get too mad easily. Oh my god. Antsy. There goes my 216 points. I'm sorry, Crimson. Womp womp. This is why you don't support me. Oh, okay. Oh, this is my last sugar. That's fine. Okay. Go strap. Oh. Okay. Ow! Ow! Jump! Oh my god. Okay. Oh. Oh shit. NT. Okay. First one down. Oh my god! Oh, how do I dodge that? Is he gonna do his fireballs at me? Fuck. Okay. Oh my god, hit him! Oh, okay. No! Are you kidding me? Jesus Christ. Y'all ready for the redeem? What redeem?
Okay, I know this is a really bad idea, but it's 2 a.m. and I'm gonna regret
That
this
is so much. This is not supposed to tell you. Oh, it doesn't work. Could I open no need to push for my console floor? No, so you're not gonna get it. Jesus Christ. God.
You think you can help me? Only 7 inches long. Please stop me. Also, your boy just licked my lips. Ooh, punish me, please. Thought I hit them with this fetish.
You don't see it coming. Jesus. This song's gonna be played at my funeral. I just know it. Also, thank you for the bug. Welcome, Nico. Welcome. I need that shit in my playlist. Release when? I don't know. It's just a YouTube cover from now. Oh. Okay. Oh man. Oh fuck, this fucking wall. Okay, I'm distracted. Just rip it from YouTube. Yeah, just rip it from YouTube. Okay, this is a bad start here. Oh! Fuck. Okay. Oof. $602. I need a 2-minute version. A 2-minute version? The whole song is only 1 minute. You gotta ask the original artist, Senzawa. Shen, make up lyrics. God, maybe I should. Maybe I'll make a song. Cringe song. Oh, 1 Where is he? Oh, damn. Okay. Okay. Oh, fuck. Run away, run away, run away, run away. Okay. Oof. Oof. No! Okay. That is fine. That is fine. Okay. Oh shit, I forgot to jump. Mr. Put, Mr. Put. Okay. Song called I Am Shen, Hear Me Roar. God. Also, Shen playing Ghost of... Oh my god, I do want to actually. I have it in my wish list. Oof, okay. Goes going insane! Oh my god. Oh my god! Okay, I just gotta run away from that. Where am I? Oh my god! See, let's no. Shen's birthday when? My birthday's November. Yep. Well, also does it help that she only touches Sekiro once a week and has to get used to the game again every time? Okay, I tried, okay? I'm a variety streamer. Kind of. I don't know. I only stream like once a week, but I try, you know? I try. Yeah, the 26th of November. 6:03. Oh my god, this is making me so tired. Okay. He's gonna do his stupid rant. Oh, what the hell? Okay. Okay, I did. Oh my god. Bitch, I stream more games than you have? What do you mean? I stream more games than you have, okay, buddy? Oh, okay. Also, I had a time where I stream Valorant most of the time, okay? So, you know, that's a thing. I can't beat this guy. I can't beat this guy. Almost every stream I stream something different, Lamar. You know what? That's because I am stuck on this goddamn game, okay? I am stuck on this game. You tell him, Shen. Thank you for the hip pass. Thank you. Okay, 604. 604. Skill issue? Okay, buddy. At least I play Sekiro on stream, my first time, instead of playing it behind the scenes. Guys, I'm not good at shit talking. What is? I don't know what to say. Okay, okay. Okay. Okay, okay. This is good, this is good. Okay. Oh fuck. Press the one button. Okay, this is good. Oof. Oof. Okay. Okay, this is good. Very good, very good. Okay, 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 this is good, this is good, this is good. Okay, Shen, I promise. I compromise. If you still haven't been here by 6:50, I'll let you. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. Oof. Oof. Okay, you know, that's okay. Ah, he pushed me. Oh, get up, get up. so good. This is so good. Pretty lady! Oh god. What am I supposed to do? What the hell is this? What the hell? I don't know what to do. Is he gonna throw fireballs at me too? Oh, okay, wait, see. Whoa! Whoa! Okay. What do I do here? Oh my god. Oh my god! I'm so close. It's so close. So close. Holy damn, that was so close. So close. 6:05. You scared the fuck out of me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. That was hard. That was so hard. I wasn't even kidding. Is it easier than the 8? Actually, I still think the 8 is easier. I still think the 8 is way easier. Oh my god. Okay, okay. We try again. We try again. We try again. I couldn't see him. That's why. Okay, he was behind the flame. Jeez. Nah, fuck the 8. His poop is auto lock on and fucking follows you. Just run. Just run towards him. Okay. Got this. I got this. Oh shit! I got hit by that. My bad. That was really bad. is not good. Okay. Okay. No. Oof. Oh shit! One health. Oh fuck! Burn! Oh god! Oh god! Ow! Okay. Ow! Oh god! Okay. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh my god! Okay. 606. 606. Jump too soon? Yeah, I jumped too soon. I'm predicting the future. Yeah, I didn't learn that until fucking 100 death into the bottle. Oh no, Buns. Oh no. Okay, that's close. I'm getting better. Oh my god, all it took was 4 hours. 4 hours and 150 deaths. Thank you for the head pass. Thank you. Okay. Oh. Okay, I died there. There goes my resurrection. Whoops. Okay. Okay. Anti. Shen likes the game again because she sees her own improvement. That is so true. She will also get bragging rights. Exactly, okay? I could brag to people that I beat Sekiro. Oof. Okay. Oh no, I was trying to get out of that. Okay. I'm losing it. 608. I will finally be able to call herself a crack gamer. She can brag until they ask how many deaths did you have. How many times I died? That doesn't matter. All that matters is that I beat the game. Oh Jesus. Oh. Okay. good. This is good. Okay, okay. No, why do you keep going over there? No! Okay. Oh, okay, okay. NT. 609. 609. 609. 609. Jesus Christ. If only the 6 and the 9 were together. Okay. Oh. Okay, okay. I gotta stop dying here. Ah! This. Oh my god, how many times is he gonna hit? Oh my god, okay, okay, you're beating me up so bad here. Oh. Okay. I used way too much heals. Look at his toes. Okay, how do I dodge that? Did I just jump earlier? Okay. 610. You know how I began my first run through? I was so angry I rushed and died like 1 minute into the fight and said fuck you and just somehow ultra instinct the shit out of the fight after that. Nice, nice! Good job, mom! Good job! Oh god, maybe I gotta do that. Instincts. Okay. Shen, zip your mouth, no more gaming commentary. Okay? Pure locked in. Okay. Okay, Shen, shut up. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh god! Okay. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, that was a bad run. That was a bad run. That's okay. 6-11. Oh my god, that hit me! Oh my god! Okay, how do I dodge that part? Oh! Oh, okay. Mr. Put, Mr. Put. No! Please. No! Please! Okay. Well, that's fine. Oh, like 6'11", Shen's ideal height tournament. Not my ideal height, okay? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay. 6-12. You're right, he has to be 7. No, 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 no. Okay, okay. 6-12, 6-12. Oh, okay. dry humping from the back. Okay. Good. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Okay. No, that's okay. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? I resurrected and he like... Jesus hell! Jesus Christ! Jesus. Oh my god, I'm gonna go feral. 6:13. This is my 13th reason. Jeez. Do I go feral? Shen doing that defense maneuver from the Vita set from the back. Oh god. Okay. Oh my god. She's losing it. I can feel her slowly rocking back and forth in her chair. Okay, okay. I'm pumped, I'm pumped. Okay, okay. This is the one. This is the one. Oh, what the hell? Oh, what the hell? Okay. Okay, can I restart? Okay, it's okay. It's okay. Best start, best start, best start. Reset, reset. 3:14. Oh, 6:14. Okay. Okay. Oh, hit me. Oh. Okay, good, good. Oh shit! Messed up there. Okay. Oh. Oh fuck. Okay. Oh, okay. That is okay. Okay. Oh, whoa. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. Ow! That's scary. Oh, my god. Oh. Wait, do I have divine confetti? I do, right? Why have I not been using it? Oh god. Hold on. Wait.
Mission fails. We'll get him next
I
time.
think I have divine confetti. Hold on. Thank you for the blame. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the blame. That was a close one. Let me check. What do I not need? I don't need you. I don't win New Zoo. Do I have divine confetti? Divine confetti, divine confetti. Please, please, please. Here, I have one. Oh. Divine grass. I mean. I'm gonna go crazy, guys. I'm gonna go crazy. There's some water. Thank you for the headpants. Thank you, thank you. Okay, 3, 5, 8, 1. Wait, okay. Okay. Oh, what the hell? Oh shit! Oh, okay. That is fine. That is fine. Okay. Crazy? I was crazy once. This shall lock me in a room. A dry roll room full of shinobis. It was crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room full of rats. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay. No, not good. Okay, not good. Okay. Okay, I did not see that. Okay. Okay, guys. Once I'm calling it. Once it hits the 4-hour mark. Okay, once it hit the 4-hour mark, I'll probably end it there. It's like 20 minutes. Okay, 20 minutes. 4, 6, 16. Okay. 14-hour mark. Got it. No. 4-hour mark. Okay. 11 more hours to go. Oh shit, I forgot to jump. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. This is good. This is good. Should you be here? I'll stream a Chinese dating sim game on Discord. You think that's an equal trade, huh? You think that's an equal trade? No. No, 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 no. Oh. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay! This is good, this is good, this is good, this is good, this is good. This is good. What the hell? I stuck a hip at that. Oof. No! No! Guys, you get to see me be a little bitch and nobody might join. No, no, no. It's okay. I don't wanna see that. Thank you for the head pass. Thank you. 617. 617. Yeah, I knew I should have healed. Okay. 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 I'll have a sip of water. Oh, fuck. Okay. getting shoved. Okay. Okay. Okay, okay. This is good, this is good. Oh, what the hell? Oh, the hell, okay. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. Okay, I gotta stop doing that. Oh, I'm trying to jump! No, so bad, so bad, so bad. Okay. Ooh. No! Okay. Oh fuck. My neck hurts. Holy damn. Jesus. No, you neglected him. I did it, guys. Now you just gotta go fight Ishin. That's the last boss. That's the last guy I had to fight. Jesus. You know what? That's good for next stream. Is there anything else I could grab from here? Holy damn! You know, I was like praying so hard that he doesn't do another firing. I hated that. I hated the firing. God damn. You can skip the bosses and run straight to him? Nope, that's all? Okay, I see. I see. You know, in the beginning? Yeah. In the beginning? What about the beginning? Memory. Attack power? What else can I get? 0 prairie, 0 memory. Wait, did I get a seed? Or no? Water. No seed. Oh wait, I do have a seed. I got a seed. Okay. Now we go to Emma. Emma mommy. Where is Emma? Emma is... I totally forgot where she was. Is she at the tower? Like Kuro's room? She's not there, right? Is she there? Where you and Kuro was trying to run away too? Yeah? And your hand got cut off by the Genichiro? Yeah? I remember to miss the memory. Emma!
プロ様、月見楼のすすきの一心様のよたかの今しば一心様。
Just run through there and give it a try real quick? I'm scared. I'm scared, okay.
一心様よ託されたものがあります。私からあなたに渡すようにです。
Okay.
まだその時ではない。
I'm not ready for it.
あなたが王に収めた時、お渡しし
A secret technique? Okay.
プロ様、お願い。
I still have a drink. Who did I give the drink to? Okay. Honestly, Mom, I don't know where it is. I know the building. I know the building. But like, I don't know. I don't know where it is. Is that the outskirts? Here, right? This place? Wait, no. It's like before this place, right? The old well? Oh. Only the wall? Temple? Old grave? Lookout? Dojo? Ashina Gate? Ashina Gate? Okay. This is the closest I could get to the gate. Oh wait, I can't leave? Man, I thought I could leave. Okay. Outskirts? the gate. I don't have a shrine there. Ashina entrance? Ashina entrance? Ashina entrance? Can I just climb down? Abandoned dungeon? Oh, anywhere in Ashina. Okay, okay. Wait! Never mind. I was gonna say, can I find the kid here? Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Wait, he's dying! But like, I can't find his body? Is what I'm trying to say. Oh my god, this guy. I'm trying to talk to this fucking... Let me go! Let me go! Oh my god. Is that it? Oh. How do I cure him? I can't? Is it possible to get inside there? It is, right? They don't love you like it. Okay. Do I have dragon rods? Okay! It is possible? Oh. What do you have? Pellet? Droplet? Divine confetti? Snapseed? Mask? Fragment? Dragon? 0 prayer beads. Okay. Wait, no, this side is locked too. Wait, how do I get out? So I don't know what you plan to buy with your 1 coin. I have coin purses! I think. I'm not sure. Well, Ashina dropped down. Ashina, like at the castle. Shen trying to find some candy for 1 coin. These exactly, right? Exactly. Okay, the gates of Ashina, right? Okay, this is the tower. Old grave. Oh, Castle Tower Lookout. Did you loot around? No. Okay. Am I going the right way, guys? This way, right? Over there? Yeah, to the left, yeah, and drop down. Okay, drop down. Is there anything for me to grapple here? Sure. Okay, okay. I don't want to just die. There has to be something for me to grab onto. Okay. Here, right? Oh, you know what? I'm gonna just leave. Okay. The immediate left? Immediate left? Into the ravine? Wait, I can't go. Okay. Please, where'd I go? Where'd I go? Okay. Oh shit. Just don't mind. Can I grab onto that? Okay. Pellets. Grapple, goddamn! Okay. Okay, okay. Okay, hold on. Is there any loot? I know it. Heavy coin purse, scrap iron. Should I grab that too? Hold on, let me grab that too. Okay, but how do I grab that? You know what? Never mind. Let's just go.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Give it a
Ooh,
try before ending
piece of
stream.
candy.
Okay.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Thank for the blurb. Thank you, the goo. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy. I remember this. I remember watching this. Not you guys is fighting them. I was watching somebody else fight him. I remember.
Kuro-sama.
久しいな、巫女の忍び。見よ、不思議りのもう一振り。
健一郎殿、そのようなものでは決してアシナの命運は変わりませぬ。
Okay.
狼よ、竜医など誰の手にもあるべきではないのだ。苦労をかけるな。
御意。
I'm ready! I'm ready! The voice acting. He sounds so hot. He sounds like the blonde guy from Ow! Yeah, the blonde guy from Jujutsu Kaisen. Okay! Okay! He only has one? No way, no way. He's gonna transform, huh? Like he did last time. Oh shit! Wait, let me try again. I wanna try again. Will you see? I'll see? Okay. Please. You don't know you like I do. Skip, skip. Oh. Nice, nice. Oh. Okay, okay. Ooh. Stop chasing me! Stop chasing me, please! Holy hell! Okay. You know, that is good for today. That is good for today. It's been a great 4 hours, guys. Let me heal. Oh, let me just rest. She has 0 points and is ranked number 1 on the leaderboard. I'm ranked number 1. Oh my god. I'm better. Should I do points? I'm ranked number 3? Why am I ranked number 3? Wait, who's number 1? Is Chaos number 1? Oh, Chaos is number 1. Oh god. Lucky, lucky, lucky. Number 2 is Crimson. Oh my god. How do you gamble? Can I gamble too? It didn't work. Oh, did I do the gamble all? Can I do 50%? Gamble 50? Oh, I have to put an amount. I lost! I lost! at least 69 points. Mom, you need 69 points. Gamble 6 number, gamble 69. Hold on, gamble all. What? Oh, I won! You all won? Why is that all? All for me only? You're all my little pog champs. Can I do it again? Gamble. Okay. Wait, it's not working again. It doesn't like me anymore. Mom. You're on timeout. Ah! Oh, let me try again. I don't have any points. Oh no! Womp womp. Wow! Look at Crimson! Crimson's number 1 now. 3k points. You better hold on to that, okay? You better hold on to that. You only have 15 points. I am for the next stream. Okay, I figured it out. Add points. Oh, it doesn't work. Gamble all. Oh, you spelled gamble wrong, Crimson. Okay, while you guys gamble, I will see if there's anybody for me to raid. Oh my god! Vento is streaming. Should I just raid Vento? We are gonna raid Vento. Or should I just end it? I don't know. Should I just end it here? I think you get 10 points every 10 minutes. Ah. I see. Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna end it here. Thank you everyone for joining. Thank you everyone for coming by. I hope you have a good night, good day, good evening. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet. It took me 4 hours to beat one of the hardest boss ever. And I've lost some sanities and brain cells, but you know, it's okay. For content. For content. Thank you for the stream. Thank you. Oh wait, I think I messed up. What did you do? Chaos, what did you do? One more try? Don't try it. Next stream. Maybe? Oh. Yeah, maybe you can do it yourself. Stop trying to cheat the system, Chaos! You gotta earn your points. Add points, Hey yo, mama. Anyways, okay, guys, leave. Shoo, get out of here. Alright, bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye. Have a good night. I will see you guys next time.